All right. How's it going tonight, everyone? Welcome. Happy Thursday. Sorry for the late start. I was really tired after dinner and had to nap. But we're here now, so that's cool. And yeah, we're getting to it. So, we got some reviews, so we're gonna go get them going and go from there. I think this is the first one. Okay, yeah. So, Ivanhoe reviewed this. He's got some fix and ship its, or some fix-its before I ship it. That's cool. We can take care of that real quick. Yeah. Which one is this? This is clean up modernize image. But yeah, I hope you're all doing well. We're just gonna jump right into it because we got a bunch of stuff I want to do tonight. Whether or not I'm gonna remember everything we want to do, we'll see. But image clean up ninja. All right, so the review comments say parameter description start with a the. Oh, yep. So I was thinking about this, and there might be a way that we can make GIR lint catch this. Not that I'm running it beforehand, which is a problem, but yeah. Also, there's some other pull requests I did last night that need some minor cleanups. Yeah, I just missed the return address. We usually copy paste that, and I didn't, and I messed it up. So yep. And then 121 creates an image from a file. Sweet. Ninja Turtles. Yep. One of the pull requests we have out there finally fixes the switches in the account manager, and actually fixes a lot of stuff in the account manager, which is good. Monetizes it, stuff like that, but need some adjustment yet. This is 4074. Okay. Look at the changes. Yep, cool. Address issues. Save. Don't email. Publish. Fixed. Cool. 4074. All right. So, purple image finally cleaned up. So purple image, we were trying to get rid of it, and we are gonna move everything to GTK Pixbuff, but it turns out GTK is kind of trying to deprecate GTK Pixbuff and wants to get rid of it. They don't want you to use it anymore, so it's like, oh, okay. Like, guess we're gonna scratch that idea. Because, what can you do, right? The maintainer's not going to maintain it anymore. Yep, you should probably not use it anymore. But all this is to try to get to avatars being better, more supported, more reliable access to the internet. And, yeah. So, we're getting there. Getting there. Alright, 4074 is merged. Now I can start cleaning up all my junk. Okay. So next, this block's 4084, which should be able to merge right now. There's no open issues. Good. So this gets rid of purple avatar and forces everybody to use purple image. 4084. So purple avatar just poof, gone. And it's gone. Alright, cool. Turtles pass, HG phase minus P, HG push. Boom. But yeah, hope everyone's doing well tonight. Crap, what is this called? I have too many open branches. Remove purple avatar. Issue prune minus R. Remove purple avatar minus S default. Okay. Then we've got 4086. How's it going, Mr. Love Pickle? How are you? Add an avatar for display property to purple contact info. Yeah. The avatar that should be display for the contact info. Okay, yep, a couple things to fix here. Not a big deal. Ugh. Apparently my pull did not pull in the thing, and whatever, my obsolescence marker's wrong. It's not a big deal. No one else is gonna see it. It's so it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I thought I pulled, but apparently I didn't. There you go. Okay, that looks better. Contact info for display. Info avatar for display. Rebase minus Z default. Keep branches. Alright, then we've got contact info.c. Not sure why it's so lagged out, but okay. My machine's been a little weird lately. Not quite sure why, but it has been. 511. It should be displayed for the contact info, and then contact info.h364. Get the avatar that should be displayed for this contact info. There we go. Oh, that's a verb. Okay. Why really? I thought we were 144, but maybe that's on a different branch? Yeah, I think it's on a different branch. This is going to 4086. I just noticed. I did turn that off, didn't I? That pretzel was supposed to not announce, or did I turn it? I don't remember what I did. But it's not announcing in chat, which okay. Address issues. It's just spam at this point. Fixed. Fixed. Alright, 4086. Ooh, and somebody has started a third-party protocol plugin for Pidgin 3 now, too. They have their contacts showing up. It's just the names and stuff, but they're getting there. It's not bad. I think they started yesterday. Would you like to see? Come on, almost there. We did finish, right? Yeah. Oh, I hit home. I was like, what? It's like, this is not what it's supposed to be here. What's going on? Alright, so that's all the stuff we can merge right now, but that's okay. Not a problem. Not a problem at all. All right. So this will get fun later. We'll not sure exactly how we're gonna do it yet, but this should now let us start getting avatars everywhere. Well, we're on the path to it. We're not quite there, but whatever. I just merged this and I didn't mark it as completed. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay, so we got to go back. So I added default handlers to purple account to manage the online state of conversations. The online state of conversations. So with this, conversations can be online or offline. And what this does is it manages them for you by default if you don't have a refresh method. And actually, maybe that's okay to go that route. Huh. We'll have to see. Actually, yeah, no, that's probably fine. So we added a property to a conversation called federated. And now that we have the idea of the federated thing was, so the idea was always that something in libpurple would automatically manage your online state of your conversations when the account goes online and offline, because doing that yourself sucks. However, but like the whole point there, so like the user interfaces can disable them and stuff like that. Yeah. Like when you're offline, so like people can't type or like we won't attempt to send the message, stuff like that. But the problem comes up with federated conversations because only the protocol knows the actual state of that. It's like a federated conversation requires your account to be online, yes, but you don't know if you can actually talk to that server or not. The protocol does, though. So that was the idea of the federated property, but with the refresh stuff, this doesn't really matter. So the way this code works, let's just go get into it. Use protocol conversation refresh. Account.c default. So what happens is when it connects, it tries to figure out if this is a purple protocol conversation. And if it implements, oh shit, yeah, this doesn't make sense. Then we're just gonna say protocol conversation equals null. So what this will do is it's going to get a list of all the conversations for the account, and then it's going to iterate through them. If you have a protocol conversation and you implement refresh, we're going to call refresh on it. If you don't and it's not federated, then we just set it to online. Right? Easy peasy, nothing to it. I don't know if we want to necessarily say federated, because the more I've been thinking about it, we don't necessarily want to do that. But the refresh method kind of makes this not necessary anymore, because like you should be implementing refresh in theory, especially for like XMPP, where you have to rejoin the room. Like that's federated. Oh, maybe I don't know how matrix works there. I don't know. We'll leave it for now until it becomes a problem. We'll see from there. Oh, I'm just lying space there. Then likewise, when your account gets disconnected, we go through, do the same thing, find all the conversations, we set them to offline, right? Easy peasy, nothing to it. And then this way we can like, you know, stop trying to send the messages in Pidgin, because we can just, you know, whatever. You'll see in a second when we get there. What we need to do is demo conversation. So I realized this after I created the pull request last night. So I added this to do a refresh, but demo doesn't care. It doesn't have anything that's federated. All it does is set online to true. So, yep. That's all we need to do. Like the demo protocol plugin doesn't need to do anything different, because it's just the default libpurple behavior is going to do what's right for it. I've been trying to decide if we want to have something that will, some way to let you disable it from being set to online or something. But like, I think having the refresh in there is like having refresh would be the way to handle it, is the best one. And obviously when the account goes offline, everything gets set to offline. Well, see, yeah, no, if your account doesn't exist, we shouldn't be keeping phantom conversations around. Right. So what'll happen here is, right, so we see echo right now. Now this used to say conversation is offline. If I go here and I disable the demo account now, boop, now the conversation's offline. And if I re-enable the demo conversation, now it's back online, right? That's what all this does. There's not much in the UI yet except for that toggle, but that part's there. That's cool, right? So likewise, on Pidgin here, or on the IRC account, boom, same deal, offline. And then when we re-enable it, it'll take a second. Or, never mind, it's on my LAN, so it's really fast. And we're just automatically back online. More fun. Oh, you know what? I don't think we do this. This is probably fine. Yeah. We don't clear out the member list, because we just leave it at the state that it last was. And then when we reconnect, we adapt it, or update it, refresh it, whatever. So, boom. But yeah, so nothing happens here because there was no change there. So, yeah. Our account's being offline. I have another pull request that fixes that finally. I did that last night too, which is good. Um, 4092. I'm getting a question about this from the good person that's implementing the other one. Pidgin, file default protocols, CV3, purple IRCV3 message handlers.c. Nam. Okay. Do. I pushed, didn't I? I posted, yeah, 49 too. Alright, show changes. So we fixed that bug. That was a bug, because it just, if it didn't implement refresh. Originally, this was just going to implement refresh, and then I was like, oh, well, we should do this the other way, and blah, blah, blah. Alright, cool. Back to reviews. A default handler is purple count to manage the online state of conversations. A connected handler uses protocol conversation refresh to restore conversations if it's available. This is added long ago but never used. If it's not implemented, the conversation isn't federated, we set it to online. The disconnecting handler just runs the conversation for the count and sets them to offline. The rejoin code in IRC-v3 was removed, is no longer necessary. Refresh was implemented in the demo protocol. That doesn't need to be there. Alright. Verify that the conversations for demo and IRC were properly joined when connected and went offline after disconnecting and reconnecting. Also called, let's call them turtles one more time. I'm still thirsty. I had a vegan taco bowl for dinner, and I think it had a lot of salt. Also, I somehow made 6 tacos out of it. Can't imagine why I had to take a nap afterwards. Move the changes to demo protocol plugin and fix a bug in the connect logic. Okay. So also, if you're looking to get into open source stuff, or you're interested in just helping Pidgin, we could use some code reviews. Even if you're not great at C or anything, just go through, take a look for anything that looks crazy. If you got questions, by all means, add questions to it. So, yeah. What was the question here? What changed the whole model instead of changing the slice size? But potential desync on how many items to show, with part of it being in the UI and the other part in the code. Oh, also, what is the max value use then? I suppose Gmax you want to be used, but it seems silly. I mean, I'm not opposed to that, but where Pigeon Patch is used, is it for every conversation member or every conversation member that is shown? Alright, I'll come back to that. I don't want to think about settings right now. This one also has a unique, stupid problem I need to work out. Yeah. Do we? Yeah. Hold on. Trying to dog stuff. Purple 3. Conversation members. It's not quite what I wanted, but sure. Jesus, that's what I'm trying to get to. Okay. I'm totally blanking on all the other shit I wanted to do tonight. Oh, okay. I did start that. We can get to that. There's another weird maybe project we're gonna do. We'll see. I guess we'll do this one first. Wait. Sorry. Support again. Okay. So one of the things I've been meaning to play with, and I finally did yesterday. It's what we're gonna look at right now. Is a lot of the times we need to do something like G object bind property. And we were gonna grab that from here. So, a conversation has an account. When an account gets set, we do we bind some properties, and we want to know when the connected property changes. What are we doing with this? This is where this code is. This code doesn't need to be here anymore. Okay, hold on. Let's go back to that pull. I was like, I know I put this somewhere. 4092. I couldn't remember where the hell it was though. All right, so in conversation, yeah, that just goes away. Yep, it can't find this. Purple count connected callback. Oh. Oh, right, because the setter needed to call it. That's fine. That's fine. All right. Okay, so again, demo is online. We disable conversations offline. Took a second, but it's okay. We re-enable. Yep. Okay. I don't know why that took so long, but okay. Disable. It's weird that's taking so long. It's working. It's just weird that it's taking so long. Okay. That seems all right. Just don't know why it's slow now, but yeah. All right, what the fuck's going on? Like, what? Is Firefox going apeshit on me again? Oh, maybe not. The other day I had a Firefox instance with 4 tabs in it, used 64 gigs of memory. I had to hard cycle my machine. Obviously, that was not ideal. OBS is going crazy. Oh, oh, it's not this one. Oh no, it is this one. 49.2. When does Chrome show up as Firefox? I have both running. So Firefox likes to struggle if I have too many video streams running and stuff, and audio streams. So the music for the stream is in Chrome, because that's just one less thing to deal with. So both are running. And actually, I have 2 instances of Firefox, and an instance of Chrome running right now. Then there's the Chromium embedded framework stuff in OBS as well. So lots of browsers. And yeah, gotcha. Yeah, sorry I didn't get it. Um, do, do, do. Sorry, I'm trying to. This is all stuff. This is like so. In my Mastodon tweet about this, it was like we might write docs tonight because I'm explaining lots of stuff to somebody who's implementing a protocol plugin in Pidgin 3. So we'll use. We're gonna add a dummy conversation to the conversation. That means manager. Get a call back when the user joined. I we're having some not miscommunication but misunderstanding here. Like do we I think we're getting on the same page now. It's just taking a minute. They're saying like they don't show anything in the channel until the user joins them. I'm like, what do you mean by join the channel? Because like the way I'm interpreting join a channel is you're subscribing to get receive messages in that channel. Oh man. Oh, do. Uh, do. Okay. All right. So, anyways, so now we're gonna go off of this branch because I didn't realize we needed to be off this branch, and otherwise we're just gonna merge conflict real bad. So the thing that sucks here is wait. Yeah, this is kind of dumb, anyways. Um, I don't know how we deal with this though. That's silly. Um, all right. Well, I guess we can look at this real quick. Doing this is going to be kind of annoying, but so got a good speed's looking for conversation to have a signal of when it's displayed. Oh no. What happens in that case? Oh no, that should be fine. I'm just realizing, so messages use a conversation member. I don't know how we're gonna reload those, but I guess we'll figure it out as we need it. When we load in history from the past, we're gonna have to add a conversation member that's not. Oh fuck! Hold on. Conversation member. Oh no. Yeah, that's a bummer. Remember, everyone, chat's easy. Anybody can build chat. It's fine. Um, I think we need like a joined property. That's gonna get weird as shit to manage. We'll come back to that. But that's something we're gonna have to tackle. Alright, so what do we have for signals here? Present. We just have present. Or present. That's to present the window. That's not actually to mark it as to have it come up as displayed. Alright, so sig displayed. Yeah, that's fine. So Goodsby just responded, that would be another problem because I explained the problem. And they're like, modern IM is hard. I'm like, yeah, I know. All right, so this doesn't have to be difficult or anything. This will be up to the user interfaces to do. They can decide to do this however they want. And we'll go from there. But yeah, so Pidgin then okay. G object implementation. Conversations are a little complicated. Just a little bit. But yeah, the whole chat is easy thing. People are all the time is like, why is it taking you so long? Chat's easy. And it's just like, you have no idea what you're talking about. Method conversation displayed. It can be used to lazily load conversations. Handle, mark them as read, as seen, etc. Yeah. Okay. Displayed. Okay, cool. This should compile right now. Oh, SWK. Did you ship that thing yet? I can't remember what you said the timeline was. I'm just wondering when I should be expecting something. Avoid. Purple conversation displayed. G return if fail is conversation. G signal emit conversation signal sig displayed, comma 0. How's it going, good speed? I'm assuming you are the same person I'm talking to in Discord with a different name. Maybe not. Having to fight with the vendor over this wavering? That should have been done 2 weeks ago. Oh, yeah, no worries, no worries. Like I said, I'm just like, I literally just thought about it. So I'm like, oh, while he's here, I should ask because I forgot. So, yeah, no rush by any means. Just like, oh, wait, before I forget yet again, I should ask. Okay, cool, cool. I'm like, I'm guessing yes, your name's close enough, but it is different. Displayed. Called by user interfaces after they have displayed a conversation. Should be called anytime the conversation is displayed to the user. Protocols can and will use this. This can be used for all sorts of things, including lazily loading conversations, including allowing protocols to lazy load conversations, mark them as seen, etc. So I'm not sure I necessarily want to I can't come up with any other uses. I don't want to say the mark as seen thing here because I don't want to necessarily control this that way. Because I want to allow people the option to not mark things as seen. And like, I guess, yeah. So that, like, I want to handle that separately. Like, it's kind of implied here, but also not. All right, cool. Awesome. Appreciate it. Yeah, so like I don't know how much you keep track of other chat message stuff, but Beeper the chat client released a blog post. Beeper the new Beeper. They just had a blog post about this. So they published this, and I was like, multiple accounts, I had up to 3 accounts from the same network. Yeah, whatever, that's fine. Send later, schedule messages. We ended up building a whole scheduler API for this because we need it anyways. We're going to use the scheduler API to drive account reconnecting. I haven't done it yet, but we're getting there. With like this, they published this, so it hasn't even been out a month, right? So, of course, obviously, we're gonna, you know, be inspired by them, right? So reminders also need a schedule system, right? So like you can mark a message to be reminded about it later. We need the scheduler to fire that thing. But then I read this one, incognito mode, preview chats and messages without sending a read receipt and respond at your own pace. I went, haha, we're stealing that one. That's a good one. Vote note transcriptions we're not doing because we're not putting any AI nonsense in our shit. Custom app icons we can't do, and 10 total accounts. Whatever, it's fine. But you know what blows my mind? For people who push Beeper to its limits and want even more, Beeper Plus Plus, starting at $50 a month, will give you unlimited accounts. Yikes. Which one's the huge one? Well, here's the thing, right? Literally no company in the history of internet chat has ever been profitable on just chat. Yeah, the incognito mode. Yeah, exactly. That's why I don't want to like be like, hey, with this displayed signal, you can mark stuff as no, I don't want to put that. I don't even want to put that in the docs because, like I said, I want to handle that separately. I'm not sure exactly how we're going to do it yet, but I don't want it to be like a catch-all signal like this. This is just like, hey, it was displayed. So when we get to the other part, well, when we figure out whatever the other implementation is, we'll update this docs to say, do not use this for read receipts, right? Like, we will tell you in a different way to mark it as read, because then we can let the client handle it and, you know, keep it to that specific signal or whatever way we end up going. All right, okay, so there's no comma there. Since 3.0, purple available in 3.0. All right, to test this real quick, we're just gonna say G callback purple conversation displayed the default handler. Conversations are complicated. Static void. Default handler. G message or G warning. %s. Conversation %s was displayed. Oh, conversation. Title for display conversation. All right, so this should compile. This should be happy. Now we just have to have Pidgin do it. Well, yeah, so Beeper's like $5 a month or something by default, and just like nobody's paying for chat. Like, just nope. The only chat people pay for is on adult sites. Right? Like, that's what, like, yeah, that's just the way it goes. Pidgin conversation. Window? No, display window. And they pay by the message, not month. Well, it depends. It depends on the site and the I guess the word's technically model, but I was gonna say content creator. Or paying for chat in the phone. That's, I mean, for SMS, sure, but that's not what we're talking about here. I don't remember where this is. Did you display window select? What is this? Since this is a nested model, we need to increment by 1 to get the correct item. Oh, and oh, fuck. We already have the conversation. Thank Christ. It's like, how are we gonna do this? All right, so then we're gonna say purple conversation, displayed conversation. Okay. Like, that's all it needs to do. I'm just like, I'm gonna get it. Okay. So these aren't going to display that because that's not a conversation, right? But what the fuck? What calls this again? Oh no. Oh no. How's it going, Broman Empire? Welcome, welcome. And Subuntu. Hello, though. How are you? Don't hate the content creators? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so there's a bunch of stuff here. And this is not going to be the right fix for this. So we're going to get a little bit more creative here, but that's okay. So a GTK single selection. What does this have for? So, yep, what we got for properties? Auto select, can unselect, item type, model, and item selected. Position, oh, selected item. Sweet. Okay, so, set the model of the selection to the tree. Okay, wait. Set up the tree list model, set the selection to that. Add all of our actions. Oh, this gets shittier, but okay, it's not horrible. It's just not great. Display window dot UI. Get your API gateway endpoint to finally work. Want the Lambda that queries the database, returns the data to the front end of your app. Nice. You have a GPON test lab? What's a GPON test lab? Okay. Oh, we already have a selected item change callback. Look at that. Okay. If purple is conversation. Wait, what? Oh, right. It's a property. It's a property. It's a property. Item. Purple conversation displayed. Purple conversation. Oh, no. Shit. This is not that. What's up, mister? This is a display item. A pigeon display item. Pigeon display item. What does this do again? I don't remember. GPON is how they do fiber to home. Instead of using two stands, do one connection like you do with normal fiber Ethernet. One strand can feed 250. Ah, okay. You just woke up? Yeah. I too took a nap. Whatever. I also woke up not long ago, took a nap, which is why we started late. Optical splitters are totally passive, like old-fashioned cable splitters. Nice. Makes sense. You just put a prism in there, and then you get different wavelengths, right? That's how this works. What do you think? Do we give him teas? I missed her. Sure, we'll give him some treat. There you go. Okay, so Pidgin display item. I don't remember how this thing works at all. It's all internal. I thought? No, I guess not. Get widget, get item ID, get item title. No. Man. Okay, this is fine. It's just... There's no wave-like diversion like on... What's WDM? Optical and just beam splitter combiners. Gotcha. I know I've played the laser puzzle games. Okay, yeah, whatever. I don't know any of this. It's fine. Oh man. How did this not come up when I looked for G-Object Bind property? Well, maybe it did. So the problem is the Pidgin display item doesn't know that it has a conversation, and that's intentional. Wave division multiplexing is where they combine 30 or 40 different colors of light onto one strand. Instead of getting, say, 100 gig pipe, you get 30 or 40 100 gig pipes on one strand. Nice, nice. Oh. Yeah, because typically it just uses... It doesn't use white light, does it? I don't even know what color it uses. Or maybe it's just white because they use, like, luminosity, right? Oh, it's IR. Okay, that would make more sense. You don't want to blind people. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, I suppose. 150 nanometers to 1300 nanometers, depending on fiber type. Good speed. You had to come up with this simple problem that turned into a nightmare. Not a nightmare, but it's just so much harder than it needs to be. That's not right. There you go. No, you're fine. Like, so, like, I can put it in, but I don't know how to trigger it right now. That's the problem. It's a matter of, So when the selection changes, I can get the display. So what happens is when you add a conversation to a display window, we try to get so Pidgin conversation from purple conversation. If we didn't get one, we create one. That whole setup's weird. I'm not a big fan of it, but we'll figure it out at some point. Actually, this should hold on. Oh, you know what? This is yeah. Okay, this works because this is we don't have to bind a whole lot of stuff because this is binding here, and this is a one-way bind, so that's fine. Okay, that's fine. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. So then if we got a Pidgin conversation, right? We created one. Blah blah blah. Maybe it's that easy. Did I change anything here? No. Emitted when the widget is shown. We might be able to do this way. Okay, so Pidgin conversation new. Oh yeah, no, we just do it here. Pidgin conversation .ui. So on the whole widget itself, signal name equals shown. Show. Handler equals Pidgin conversation shown. We'll just say show callback. And then if we grab this way, okay, yeah. I think I'm just being dumb and looking in the wrong spot is the problem. What changed in display window now? Uh, 276. Right. So if we actually handle it in the Pidgin conversation widget itself, we should be able to work around this. And it's much easier, and I'm just being dumb and overthinking it. Oh. I did make it show callback? Yeah, okay. Yeah, the problem was I'm being dumb putting it in the wrong spot. It's just full stop. God, really drives me out that doesn't work right. G object star self comma G pointer data. It should be the same thing. Pidgin conversation star conversation equals Pidgin conversation self. The problem is this doesn't hold on to the conversation. Oh no, it does. It has the conversation as a property. Sweet. Okay. The problem is we do some finagling to make the purple conversation, to leave the Pidgin conversation on the purple conversation so we can get it back out. It's a little weird. It's okay. All right, but that gives us purple conversation. So then we should be able to say purple conversation displayed. Conversation. What's going on with this thing? Alright. So. We don't see any warnings here. What in the shit, man? Oh, I think that's the... Okay, I think I know what that is. And I think I fixed it inadvertently, but now... Are you kidding me? I did build, right? Yes. Why are you not being called? Alright, maybe this just is going to be weird here, so we're not going to put it there. I don't know that we've tried to do that before, so that might be a problem. That might be a bug. Not a bug, but, you know, this just might not work. I guess we could override it. But what we'll do is... Purple. Pidgin conf, show, callback. Oh. What the hell, man? Like, we didn't get any errors or anything. It just did not work. Okay, what other signals do we have on widget? That... I guess we can try map. We'll see what happens. And the helps fucking pile. Hey! I apparently messed up creation of the signal, which is okay. But, like, we're actually at the part now where we need it to be. So using mapped looks like it's okay, which should be fine. Yeah, this is supposed to be sig displayed. Okay. There we go. This is what you're looking for, right? Good speed. So right now, like, we're not... I don't want to call it... so, like, the problem is you're going to have to connect this on every conversation you create, which is maybe okay. Huh. I wonder if this would make more sense to put in the... Like, we already did this, but, like, changing the rest of this wouldn't be a big idea. No. We doing it this way is fine. This way is fine, right? Because I was gonna say maybe we should put it into the protocol conversation interface. Yeah, I mean that's true too. The problem is like when you reconnect. No, so the problem is not when you reconnect. So if Pidgin's open and you get disconnected. you're still going to get called for the signal if the conversation's offline and the account's offline. You're still going to get called for it, so you're going to have to deal with that. But you should be fine, right? Just, you know, hey, if I'm not online, don't try to do anything, right? But like that's going to be up to you, because we're just talking about whether the conversation got displayed, right? So like this could be useful for like I don't know, somebody wants to do like an animation or something or whatever. I'm trying to think of stuff we did in Pidgin 2. I guess this would be a good thing to, like, you know, start animations on the thing or something like that. Or, you know, you got to put different stuff up here. Maybe you have a status bar or something that says, maybe you have put a status bar or something, right? It says what conversation's in focus or something. I don't know, right? There's all sorts of things people could do for it. And that's just, yeah. Yeah, having it here, that's my point, right? Having it this way gives plugins the options to do it. We can put it in the protocol interface. I'm not necessarily opposed to that, but I don't see what that buys us over just the general signal. So the next question though is, do we want to propagate? Yeah, okay, I think we're okay with this. So for your case, this will do what you need. And you can just connect it to all the ones that are lazy loaded or whatever. And then, you know, once you've loaded them, you can disconnect the signal too, and then you don't have to care about it anymore. Because then you'll be getting all the updates, stuff like that. I don't know if you want to defer updates until then. I don't know, right? That's up to you. That's your call as a protocol implementer. What was I going to say? It's totally gone. Oh, but we should propagate the signal. So one of the things that's very different with Goodspeed is, you'll remember from Pidgin 2. In Pidgin 2, we had the subsystems, and all of our signals were emitted at, for lack of a better term, at the class level, right? So like buddy sign-on when you connected to that callback, you got it for every single buddy sign-on event for all buddies across all accounts. That's not the way signals work in GObject. Signals are instance-based. So to work around this is one of the many things that the manager interface does. I wrote a blog post on this, which you might be interested in going through some of my blog stuff. I need to get it moved around to something I control and everything. But so nope. Managers. From subsystems to managers. This one may be interesting to you, among other stuff. This is stuff that needs to become docs and stuff like that. But I wrote this 2.5 years ago. Lovely. Well, not quite half, but close. But so the managers, they replace what were subsystems. So for signals that are useful, like if you want to know whenever whenever any conversation is displayed, instead of you having to go to the contact manager or the conversation manager and then adding that signal to all of them, what happens is the conversation manager, when you add a conversation to it, it'll add that signal and then it'll propagate it back out. So what you end up doing is you get the default, or you get the conversation manager, and then you connect to the signal there, and then you get all the signals for all of them. Use some GObject. Does seem weird to have protocol invitations to connect to objects not known by a protocol class. What do you mean? Like the protocols are like, so right now, I don't know. I'm trying to avoid creating contacts, protocol specific contacts and stuff like that, because I don't think we need them, but I don't know that for certain, right? Purple conversation was not owned by the protocol. You mean the class or the reference? Because like you can own it by adding a reference, but to work around the subsystem problems that we had in Pidgin 2, the class. Okay, yeah, so like, so in Pidgin 2, you had protocol data you could associate with it. And I don't necessarily want to bring those back, but what you can do, although this won't survive, this will only work for runtime data, it won't work for persistent data. I guess protocol data wasn't persistent anyway. You can use GObject set data. there's also set data full. And I can give you a link to this if you're not in dev help. I can give you a link. But you can just add arbitrary data to any G object with set data. You give it your own namespace key and plop, there you go. Right? So rather than having to deal with like protocol specific implementations and stuff like that, when we're trying to rebuild them and stuff like that, that becomes a problem. So like one of the things you may or may not have noticed yet is Pidgin 3 now automatically restores all of your conversations. No, there shouldn't be a protocol specific. So there's, okay, right, yeah. So there's a protocol conversation. That's an interface. Where are the docs? So protocol conversation, this is an interface that the protocol is supposed to implement to handle operations, right? So this is like the protocol info struct or protocol op struct. No. Yeah, we'll get there. Actually, while the ad's going, I'm going to go pee and get water. I'll be right back. All right. All right. Sorry, I got a snack too. All right. So purple protocol conversation. This is an interface defining behavior for conversations, or protocol behavior for conversations. Right. So this isn't for storage. This replaces the items from the old protocol info or protocol ops structs. I can't remember what they're called. purple plugin protocol, right? So like, so like send typing, right? That took a purple connection, the name of the conversation, and then the typing state, right? So that's what it was in Pidgin 2. In Pidgin 3, we have where else is it? Send typing, right? So this is on the protocol info structs, right? So you get the protocol in case you need the protocol for whatever reason. The conversation, rather than just the conversation ID now, you get the literal conversation object, and then you get the typing state. So that's what that one's for. And I probably should have asked if you were back, or if you were there before I started talking. Hopefully that makes sense. But I guess not. It wouldn't hurt. You're back. Okay. Did you catch all that or not? If you didn't, I can repeat. It's not a big deal. My bad for not asking first. Like I know the ad's over, but like I don't know if you stepped away when I did or something. Whatever, right? All right. So that makes sense then. I hope. But so there's a whole bunch of these objects for protocol something, and all of them replace stuff that was in the plugin protocol struct. All right. So like roster we haven't used yet at all, right? But so this adds a person or starts adding a person asynchronously. Then this is the finish to get the result out of it. Removing someone, updating somebody, blah blah blah, right? So like in Pidgin 2. Add buddy, right? That's purple protocol roster, add async, right? But you get async methods here so that things can happen asynchronously easier. And you can get results of it. Right, so then remove buddy, same deal. And then update is, yeah, I guess we didn't have a way to do it, or maybe we did. Oh yeah, so alias buddy, right? So alias buddy is something that would be done for update. Right, so, right, what are you talking about? Protocol specific conversation. Those don't exist. They're not a thing. Oh, no, sorry. No. Wait, what? No. Are you talking about something like this? Maybe you looked at demo. I don't know. But purple protocol conversation. This is implemented. Like we have a, I don't even use it here. Right, that. Demo conversation. So demo protocol conversation defines, actually it doesn't even expose it, so you can't see it. But like purple conversation is a concrete object, a concrete final object. You cannot subclass it. Right. The purple protocol conversation is an interface that protocols will implement to do things. Right. So we have a type up here. Or, okay, no, that's whatever. Oh, yeah, I guess it's hidden. It doesn't even matter, right? So we implement a purple protocol conversation interface here in the demo protocol, but you know, so create conversation details, create conversation async, create conversation finish, etc. Blah blah blah. I know, send message async, send message finish, right? So send message here gets a little confusing because the way it works. There's a bunch of stuff built into this, like depending on who you're talking to, whatever. But basically, it checks if you're in a DM with the demo protocol, you can only be in a DM. It doesn't implement anything else. Then it'll grab all the stuff, or then depending on these things. Otherwise, it will take the message you've passed in, right? So you pass in a purple message. So so Pidgin calls purple protocol conversation send message async, right? And then that'll eventually get routed to here, is what it comes down to. And then, you know, so Pidgin is going to take the input box, make a message out of it, call this method, or call purple protocol conversation, send message async. Since that protocol instance, so whatever. Yeah, so since that protocol instance is a demo protocol plugin, it's going to end up getting routed to here, right, to this guy. Then this is going to create a G task that's going to do, or whatever. So this is going to write the message to the conversation automatically. And then it just creates the G task stuff to implement the async nature of it, right? The demo protocol plugin is completely connectionless. It's meant to just be a demo, doesn't need network, blah, blah, blah. So, like, it's just doing async stuff because it has to do async stuff. But that's fine because the async stuff makes stuff much easier, right? So what ends up happening here is in Pidgin conversation.c, send message. Creates a purple message from the input widgets of conversation and sends it, right? So this gets the account from the conversation, gets the text from the buffer, or whatever, gets the text from the buffer. If the start of that starts with a slash, it sends it off to the command manager to be executed instead of sending a message. If the command was executed, or if a command was not executed, then it tries to build the message, and then it calls purple protocol conversation, send message async, right? And then that gets routed to the protocol. So it's a bit different than Pidgin 2, but the concepts are all very similar, just the implementation's a little bit different. But yeah, so send the message and clean up. We don't worry about the callback because we don't have anything to do in it right now. So what we'll end up doing at some point, but we're not doing yet. Actually, I don't know, why haven't we done this yet? We don't have a way to do this. Well, we should totally build this into the demo protocol plugin. Maybe we should do this now. Maybe not now, but soon. So like one of the things we can do is we can send a no, that doesn't even make sense. We wouldn't have to do anything there. I was gonna say, like, so, like on Discord and stuff, you can fail to send a message because Discord will think you're online and you're on mobile, like you lose connection or something, right? And it'll end up putting an error message there and give you a retry option. Now we should do that, but the thing is, we wouldn't do that here. We could do that here if we wanted to see if the message got delivered and all that stuff. But for the UI portion of this, we just need to build that into the Pidgin message class that actually renders the messages, and then watches for the error property to change. And when the error property changes, and when the error property becomes non-null, then it gives you that stuff, and then gives you the option to resend it. And then in that case, you know, when the resend gets clicked or gets hit, we just call this again and fire it off. And maybe we mark, or we, you know, so we mark not to, so like it doesn't get marked as delivered and stuff like that, right? But like, yeah, now that I think of it, the demo protocol plugin should be setting delivered, stuff like that. I don't think it does right now. Yeah, so like purple message.c. Yeah, so, oh no, oh yeah, we have a delivered at and an edited at, but like we haven't done anything with delivered at yet, and error's not there. So what we should do, and obviously we don't have read receipts in there at all yet, because that's just we don't have that yet. Yeah. Yeah, so like what we should be doing is we should be saying purple message set delivered at now, I think we have. Okay, we do not have a helper for that, but we should add one. Right? This is the thing, right? So like Goodspeed, I really appreciate you going through all these pain points. And if I get a little testy sometimes, I apologize. It's not my intent. Like the thing is, we've been working on this in a silo for so long that getting outside opinion and helping us find stuff we're missing is important. And like we've been building towards an alpha where we're like, we think it's okay for other developers, but like we don't know, right? So like everything's just kind of a mess of like, I think this is what we need, and go from there. Oh, we can just call set delivered. That's the helper. We call set delivered, right? So if we just say set delivered message, boom. Now it'll have a delivered time. And yeah, we're not going to do that right now. We'll add that later. Well, whatever. We can leave it in here. It's easy to add. Does IRCv3 have a delivered spec? I don't remember if it does. Matches, bot mode, channel renaming, persistent, use client only, echo message, label response, listing users, message IDs. No, I don't think it does. Oh boy, what happened? You lose all your data. Just want Outlook to move a bunch of messages from your inbox to a folder. Was that folder the trash? Or Cortana or whatever the hell their AI is. Decided to move all the message inbox to, oh god. Yeah, so IRCv3, it's still the normal IRC protocol. It just has all this stuff built on top of it. So like, there's a whole bunch of modernization stuff that like people don't know about. So some of the big, so here, wait. Yeah, we can do it that way. Okay, so this is, I have a IRCD daemon running on my Kubernetes cluster, right? It's fine. Okay, apparently I'm not in it in Pidgin 3 here. That's okay. So I have a long running Pidgin 3 instance that's just off over elsewhere, right? And I should have, oh no, I am not on that account here. I don't have that account here. Enable account. Oh no, I am here. Why didn't it show up in the channel list? Or in the account list? Maybe I'm not connected? Slash quote, or no, I can just query Pidgin 3. Hello? Okay, apparently that account's not online anymore. So like account error detection stuff is goofy, at least on IRC is goofy. I don't know if it's everything. It's buggy. I need to get it figured out. Okay. Join channel. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Pidgin. Join. Okay. So now. Nope. Wait, what? Where did Pidgin 2 go? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm dumb. I'm looking in the wrong window. The notification bubbles, they're buggy. We just threw something together, hacked something together so that they're there. But like, there's there, and like if you're on it, when it comes up, it'll show it, right? What the hell is it gonna do now? Oh, that's what it was. So watch this little area right here. This is IRC, for real IRC. Oh yeah. So, yep. Pidgin 3 or IRCv3 has typing notifications. IRC has typing notifications now. There's a whole bunch of other stuff. People are trying to do images and avatars and stuff. The problem is you always have to deal with the bad actors, and that becomes a problem. But so like Pidgin 2 is just using the normal Pidgin 2 IRC that doesn't have, it only has Sassel from IRCv3. So like typing there doesn't work. It doesn't send a typing notification because it didn't negotiate. It doesn't work. But it's still normal IRC. IRCv3, you have this capability negotiation thing that starts at startup, and there's a whole bunch of extra stuff to go along with it that you can implement, but it's all optional and none of it's required. So like you can still connect to an IRC to a server that implements a whole bunch of IRCv3 stuff with Telnet, and it'll work fine. So we don't have anything in the UI to do formatting right now. And you remember talking to? Wow, okay. So what we ended up doing for formatting. So like if you notice, you'll see there's lots of formatting here. For better or worse, what we're attempting to do is we're trying to use Pango for formatting. So Pango is a font rendering, shaping engine, all that, whatever stuff. It has a whole bunch of stuff in here for formatting. So if we look at the docs here for Purple Message, you'll see there is an item on here called set. What was it called? Set attributes. There we go. So this takes a Pango attribute list. So Pango attributes are a little weird. Now, Pango doesn't actually require... Doc's not there? Oh, it's capital P. So Pango attributes, the list is a bunch of attribute instances. And Pango attribute, what it does is, you don't have to worry about that part, but basically it has a start index and an end index. So like you do something like Pango adder style, or I think it's style adder actually. Oh no, adder style new, right? And then you pass in the Pango style, and the Pango style is going to be, you know, normal, oblique, or italic. And then you give it the start index and the end index of the character in the string. So Pango itself isn't tied to any UI library. I know it looks weird because you're like fonts with font rendering, blah, blah, blah. Appcat show lib Pango dash 1.0. Yeah, okay. Right. So like the dependencies here for Pango are font config, libc, libfruitybd. I'm not sure how to say it. That's how I say it. And glib. Right. Oh, and libharfbuzz and libtie. Right. There's no X windows. There's no Qt. There's no whatever. It's all very basic. It's just the font specific stuff. So like, I'm sorry if you're building a console version, you're going to have to pull in that stuff, but it's not that much. And honestly, you probably have a bunch of that anyways. So, but yeah, so one of the cool things about the formatting here, this is bugged out right now. I just realized that it's a rendering issue, not anything else. But so here, right? So we got the formatting here. We can go blink. Now, oh, hey, we turned off formatting. No, I got to do this. Ugh, hold on. That window, yeah, whatever. So it turns the formatting off, right? It's a rendering thing right now, so it doesn't automatically happen to turn it off right for whatever reason. I got to figure that out. But formatting is saved, and you can dynamically show and hide it, which is much more powerful than it ever was in Pidgin 2. In Pidgin 2, it was, you know, you either strip it all and it's gone, or you leave it all and deal with it. So, yeah. So everything's just using Pango formatting, and yeah. So if you look, there's a, so the IRCv3 protocol plugin here uses a library we wrote called Ibis. So actually, whatever. The docs aren't going to help you here with the formatting. Keep I'm or Ibis. File default Ibis. I don't remember where it is. It's like formatting. Yeah. So, formatting in IRC gets a little weird. We have a bunch of constants and stuff that define everything, right? But then we have a bunch of helpers, and we just parse through this like you normally would, right? So in the parse method, we just start iterating the string one byte at a time. This is a little dicey. It's okay though. Actually, how does this work with right to left text? I don't know how IRC formatting works with right to left text. We should probably figure that out. I don't know what they've thought about it. But anyway, so we just look for our formatting characters, and then we toggle attributes, stuff like that. So we just have yeah, so we just create Pango attributes when necessary, and then we're building a G string as we go. Actually, no, we're not even building a G string. Sorry. So what we do is, what the toggle should do. How does this work again? I hate using macros, but this made sense here. But okay, so toggle attribute. If the tag is null, then we start the attribute as we end it. So when do we add it to the list? Okay, so when we start the attribute, we set the starting index, right? To whatever our current position is, and then we add it to the Pango attribute list. So that way, when we get to the end of the list, if somebody didn't close the attribute, it just goes all the way to the end, right? So there's not much to it. It's pretty easy. I don't know. What kind of formatting would you have in, crap, I don't even remember the protocol name. What did you say it was? I just remember it was a universal like protocol for chat. Looking for general, that's what it is. Satori, that's what it was. XHTML. Okay, so XHTML to Pango shouldn't be too bad. You might even be able to do. Talkatoo's gone. Talkatoo's gone. We retired Talkatoo. We couldn't get Talkatoo to work the way we needed it to. So like, yeah. The ideas of trying to have a reusable chat widget is still cool, but like trying to integrate that with libpurple but not libpurple just made everything explode API wise. And it wasn't I don't want to say it wasn't a good use of time. It was a lot of busy work for non-guaranteed results, if that makes sense, right? Because like, was Gajim or Beeper or somebody going to pick up the widget sets? Probably not, right? And the idea was to split it out so that other people could build on top of it, and then we could have this core set of strong widgets, stuff like that. And it just yeah, it didn't turn out that way. At least not for our use case. So, you know, it sucked. What are you gonna do? But yeah. Excuse me. Okay. We were down this rabbit hole, that's fine. So we're gonna leave that default handler in there for now. Actually, no, we're gonna get rid of that default handler because we don't need it anymore. But the displayed signal's there, that's all fine. Rest of that looks, we need to fix that name because it says map and that's wrong. Okay, I closed too many. But yeah, to be clear though, Talkatoo wasn't a complete waste. We learned a lot of important things in it, and it helped us get stuff figured out and sorted for Pidgin 3 as well. So there's a lot of important lessons there, learned there. A bunch of stuff from it was moved into Pidgin 3, stuff like that. So, not everything's made it yet, but yeah, I mean, it was helpful. Like the typing label we made in Talkatoo didn't end up panning out the way we wanted it to either, but that's okay, right? It gave us a way to experiment on stuff without having to do a whole bunch of stuff. I think that was pre-demo protocol plugin too. So, you know, there's pluses and minuses to it. You know, just like all things. Connect to the map signal. We can emit the displayed signal. Yeah, so we've been spending a lot of time working on like the core backend infrastructure stuff to make everything work. That's why like a lot of the manager API is pretty well figured out and stuff, but like we didn't have a displayed signal because we weren't thinking about lazy loading conversations, right? Like, all right, is what it is. Time to fix it. Conversation manager. Oh, and I want to go back to purple conversation.c default handler, and we can get rid of this right now. Yeah, and that was just for testing, making sure that was all wired up and working properly. We should actually, yeah, we can build a unit test for this, and we should. I don't know why we just didn't do it that way, but this was good because it let us actually test when when it got called. Let's build a unit test real quick. Test conversation.c. This is going to be probably the exact same as this function, just with a slight difference. Yeah, just give me the whole thing. Oh, you're stuck in an ad, but that's okay. Conversation displayed. Callback. Assert type conversation, purple type conversation. Displayed. Conversation displayed. I don't know why I'm having such a hard time typing display tonight. So you say, I remembered I had some fun with Pidgin 3 2 years ago, and I went to work on other projects. Recently, I heard experimental version was released, and here I am. Press see that Pidgin 3 is not quite different from 2 years ago. Yeah. Like, we have not been sitting still. Like, a lot has changed. Were we still GTK 3 2 years? Was it still GTK 3 when you were using it? Or when you tried it? Because the move to GTK 4 was a bit of a pain, but we got it done, and everything worked, and everything was happy, and that was good. But, like, one of the other things, too, you'll see, like, we can write unit tests for a whole bunch of stuff now. With the subsystem API we had in Pidgin 2, everything depended on global state. So, like, writing unit tests was nearly impossible. Okay, yeah. The transition between GTK 3 and 4 kind of sucked, but things have gotten so much better with it. Here's the real kicker. I don't know if you've looked at this yet. The UI for Pidgin 3 is currently sitting at 15,449 lines of code. The entire UI. Whereas Pidgin 2 is 86,129. To be fair, Pidgin 2 has a lot more features, but we have a sixth of the code size. And arguably, we have a lot better integration of things. So, yeah. But the real kicker, too, is libpurple's getting a ton of unit tests now. And that's very helpful for a lot of reasons. Because then we can also check for memory leaks right away, too. Right? So, all the code we just tested in Purple Conversation, we did not lose any memory. And until we start getting more of the actual like user features and stuff like that involved, where people are going to be using stuff more and more, it's very hard for us to find those memory leaks because not many people are using Pidgin 3. I know Ivanhoe uses Pidgin 3 a little bit for IRC. I do. I'm not sure if QLogic does, but like I've been trying to use Pidgin 3 since June of last year. I've been using it for IRC exclusive. Well, not exclusively. I use it primarily. I use it as my primary IRC setup, but I still have Pidgin 2 in a couple channels so that I don't necessarily miss things, stuff like that. And like, so when we did the first experimental release, I was trying to go and update the topics in IRC, and I'm like, oh, I can't do this from Pidgin 3. Like, not only is there no user interface like widget to do it, to like enter it, like I don't even have a command to enter it. And actually the way I've done it the last couple times is we have a quote command that'll just send a raw message off to the server. So I'll use a quote command to update the topics because we don't have a topic command yet because it hasn't been a big deal. So it's just, you know, one thing, like you don't realize you don't have it until you try to use it. There's State of the Bird. We moved the State of the Bird to presentations. I did post a thing on YouTube, but maybe it wasn't clear, or maybe it wasn't found. But so I moved them to monthly blog posts. So they're here. They do get posted here. I do post them everywhere too. But yeah, so the next release, Experimental 4, will be released at the end of September. I was hoping to get another protocol in by now, but that's probably not going to happen. But we're shoring up a lot of stuff, which is good. But yeah, so you know, lots of things. So like during July, we updated to IBIS 14. We re-enabled links in Pidgin message. This got disabled because of that formatting thing. I don't know why there's a dot there. I'll just fix that, but whatever. Add a test to make sure Flatpak dependency has been updated. So we are currently in Flatpak unstable, or in Flatpak beta. It's purposely there so people can play with it and tinker with it, but like I don't want tons of people coming and going, this sucks, it's totally broken. Like, yeah, I know. Like, there's only so many hours in the day. What do you want me to do? But yeah, so you know, just a bunch of other cleanup stuff like that. Added purple conversation manager, get all for count. That's a new one that's nice and nifty. Moved a bunch of unused unnecessary preferences code, delete conversations from the database when the user leaves them. Implement the /me command in IRC, because we didn't have that before. Can't confirm the most important addition? Yeah. That one trolled me for a bit too, because like I said, I have a Pidgin 2 instance that's also in the same IRC channels I am in Pidgin 3, just to, you know, look for differences and stuff. And Pidgin 2, if the message starts with /me and it's a normal text message, it'll turn it into an action. So like, I'm like, oh, yeah, this works fine, whatever. And then like on something, I like, all of a sudden I'm like, wait, we didn't implement /me. So then like, you know, I was asking people, I was like, does anybody tell me what their message said here? Blah, blah, blah. And yeah, and then it was just like, oh, okay, we don't have it implemented. So then I went and implemented it. But how's it going, E-Monkey Man? Or iMonkey Man? Welcome, welcome. How are you? And yes, for those of you who don't know, this is AC Slater. I need to update this trigger, but I'm going to run it anyways. Big Boy is no longer with us. So I should probably take him out of the list and maybe make a separate trigger for him. But, yeah. Monkey Man or just Monkey's fine? All right, cool, cool. What? You demanding more treats? He does this where he, like, flaps on the bowl. Hi? You think you deserve more treats? Huh? Why should you get treats? He's like, 'cause I'm here and I'm a cat. Two okay? Okay. 3 or 4. I guess I grabbed 4. Oh, you don't want them? Fucking cat, man. Hi. Oh, use a presence message of contact as subtitle for direct messages. That's a nice one too. We got more of the presence stuff coming. Good Speed, you're gonna run into this. We do not have we have the concept of a global presence right now. It is not implemented anywhere. There's nowhere for the user to set it, anything, blah, blah, blah. So there is a presence manager. And the presence system, sorry, hold on. I don't even know what protocols you worked on in Pidgin 2, but clearly you did. Like you know the API and stuff. Am I gonna be able to find you from here? Nope. Apparently we don't have your plugins listed. What plugins did you work on in Pidgin 2? If you don't mind my asking. But anyways, the status system in Purple 3 is stupidly easier than Pidgin 3. You forgot it's a protocol? Like, do you want it added to this list? Or what is your username here? This is the list, by the way. But anyways, so what was I saying? Oh, the present stuff in Pidgin 3 is much easier. So there's did I do a write-up on this? I don't think I did. I was intending to, but I don't think I did. No, I need to. So like I have a commands overview. I need to do this for the other subsystems and stuff like that and how they work. Purple ICQ. Okay, if that's you, sure. Okay, whatever. Oh, for QQ. Okay, okay. Is QQ is gone now, right? But so like the status subsystem, I guess made sense somehow back in the day, although I always struggled to grok it. But whatever. But so there's two main things. You may have already came across Purple Presence. The GitHub repo is also gone. Is that what you're saying? QQ wasn't gone, but the protocol lived by Purple OICQ doesn't work. Oh, okay, gotcha. So we just moved down to a presence object. There used to be Purple Presence, Purple Status Type, Purple Save Status, Purple Saved. I don't remember. Right? There's two objects now. There is Purple Presence, which is an actual live presence, right? And you can compare them. So statuses, we don't have attributes anymore. Status attributes was another thing that was weird. Statuses have a couple properties, right? So if we just look at the properties, they can have an emoji. They have an idle time, or whether or not the presence is idle. They have an idle time when the presence went idle. If you just set idle, it sets the time to now. When the presence logged in, the presence can have a message. This is your status message, right? Whatever. Whether or not they're mobile, whether or not they have notifications disabled. Slack does this, right? It tells you that their notifications are disabled stuff. And then the primitive, right? So, oh yeah, then we also had status primitive, whatever, in Pidgin 2 too, right? So this is just an enum of offline, available, idle. There's two versions of this because some protocols have an idle status while others have an idle time, but that goes on an available or an away status, right? It gets weird. Invisible, away, do not disturb, and streaming, right? But then so the way libpurple, so this all goes on to contact infos, right? So contact info has a presence, right? So every single purple contact info has a presence. So you just grab the presence and you update it to whatever you need to from the protocol point of view, right? And then stuff will work. It'll be fine. So then there's the presence manager, which the presence manager works on saved presences. Saved presences are very simple, intentionally. They have an emoji, an ID, the last time it was used, the message, the name, the primitive. Oh, the settings object is used for storage. We might change that. We'll see. And then how many times it was used, right? So then the presence manager. The presence manager API is pretty simple. It has a get default here somewhere. It's under functions. There's a get default to get it and get default to get it as a list model. and then it can create a presence for you. It can get the active saved presence. You can get the path for it. Again, we might change this around because we have a better storage method now. You can remove a saved presence from it, and you can set the active, right? So the active just gives you back a saved presence. So like I just implemented this in the demo protocol plugin. Yeah, so make the demo protocol plugin use the active status. This isn't ideal. I don't think. I don't know. Maybe this is the first time we've tried to do this. Oh, okay. If your protocol doesn't have presence, then it doesn't matter. Just set everybody to online. You're done. But right. So whatever. We're already doing some stuff on Connect, right? So now we grab the account. From the account, we get its contact info. We get its presence. So this is on Connect, right? So as we're connecting everything, we then, so we can put this anywhere in here. And actually, we haven't even actually done the Connect yet, right? So like before you open the connection, you can set your presence to like invisible and stuff. Something that we could never actually make work right in Pidgin 2. And now it's just there because it's easy, right? So then we get the default presence manager. We ask for its saved presence. If it is a saved presence, or because this can return null if the user doesn't have any. Actually, I don't think it can. I think we have an online and offline that are required to always be there, but I don't remember. But then otherwise we just set the presence to available and we're good, right? Otherwise, we grab the primitive, the emoji, and the message from the saved one, and then we set it on a presence and we're done. Obviously we can't, I mean, we could do this. We could just have like a copy or set from saved presence or something, and we might go that route. I don't know, right? Again, this is one of those things where we've gotten an idea of how the API needs to work, but we don't know how it works in practice until we actually do it. And this code has been, the presence manager got written months ago, and I just finally was like, oh, I should really set this so that we can start testing this. So yeah, it's good for XMPP and other stuff like that. Yeah. Even IRC, right? Because you can be away on IRC and stuff like that. But like in Purple 2, the status system tried to like let libpurple set your status for you based on flags about your status, and that's just too much noise, right? Like, why are we designing and engineering all this API and stuff when the protocol can just grab the presence object and set the fields it needs to and it can handle, right? Because then we also have to deal with transitions and stuff like that too. Or not transitions, but mapping, right? Because like on IRC, well, so for example, on IRC, you can have a status message while you're away, but not available, right? So like Pidgin 2 does this in weird, funky ways, but you know, so for the IRC protocol, when I implemented, we just haven't done it yet, right? If somebody said, if your status is available and you set a status message, IRC will just set your status to available. And just, you won't have a message because like you can't. Just the protocol doesn't allow it. So a lot of the stuff we tried to engineer stuff around that stuff. We're now basically just deferring to the protocols to do the right thing. So also, if you're interested and you want to like look at the pull request, we could definitely use help with reviews. You can see I've created a bit of a backlog, and the reviewers have been busy because you know it's summer and they want to do other stuff rather than read my shit code. So wait, what was the? Oh, why was this still? No, this is no. Why is this not published? Fade. Oh, okay. That's fine. I just didn't do this. That was in Purple account, right? No, Purple conversation. Forgot your account. You think you used to have one? Yeah. I mean, there's a bunch of XMPP stuff out there. There's a lot of big pushes to make XMPP better too. And like ours right now, we need to finish writing the protocol and everything, and we'll get there. We're just not there yet. Because, you know, stuff happens. Alright, so... Okay, that's all good. So then in the conversation manager... How do you think of language bindings? Many languages don't integrate well with... yeah, they do. So there's this thing called G-object introspection now. And what happens is our people build an introspection library that can load all of them. So, I used to do this with Talkatoo. I think I still have it here. Yeah. So, I probably need to Mason dev or CD build. Ninja. Oh crap, yeah, Gumbo's gone. Ugh. Alright, well anyways. We'll try to do this a little different in a second. Actually, yeah, we can do it that way. Right? So in Lua, you require LGI, and then we use gi.gtk.window. The library does all this. It looks up the G-object introspection data. So that creates a window. Then we create a Talkatoo editor, because Talkatoo has a GIR object and everything. We add the editor to the window, and then we tell the window to show all. We run the GTK main loop. Everything's fine. But so more importantly, we can do this with G plugin. See, this tree is a mess right now. Whoop! I'm playing around with splitting up everything into separate pot files. We can go to G plugin clean though. So this should work. I don't know if this works. It might work, but we'll see. Mason dev env echo gi type lib path. Yeah, good. All right, cool. So we can do Python 3. And we can say import g py object. Shit, hold on. Python 3 cd tests plugins by basic. Okay, import gi. Import gi. From gi.repository. Import g plugin. Oh, it's not capital R. Okay, cool. So, G plugin GTK4. I don't remember how this works at all. Plugin setting list, view, just view. Right, so we are going to create, all right, we're going to cheat from the Talkatoo one, because I don't remember how to do this right. CDP Talkatoo cat test.py. Okay. So we're going to create a window. Oh, I got to import GTK from gi.repository. Import GTK. This is going to complain. Okay, I guess I only have GTK4 installed. All right. Cool. Now we got a GTK window. We're going to say v equals g plugin GTK g plugin GTK4 dot view w dot set child v w dot show, and then GTK dot main. Run. Okay, apparently this changed more. Right, Biddleby and Rust. I don't do Rust. I have no interest in learning Rust or dealing with any of its nonsense. How the shit do I actually run this? So, like, it's here, but it's not running, is the problem. How do I go to more? Oh, I guess I hit tab. Is it capital M main, maybe? Looks like it might be. Nope. Does it run? G object introspection or hi G object GTK demo. This is way more than I want or need. Oh, okay. They create a main loop. From gi.repository import glib l equals glib.main loop and loop l.run. There you go. Oh, wait, what? We should have gotten some plugins found. I don't know why the window won't resize right either, but yeah. So you can see, like, it's there. It works, right? I don't know why the plugins list is empty. Oh, that's why. I can't rerun this, can I? No. All right. Well, whatever. You get the idea, right? Everything's there. It's fine. G plugin does some crazy stuff. So we could have done it there, but yeah, we should do it from there because it's not obvious anywhere else. G plugin clean, CD build, Mason Devon. So G plugin. So if we which G plugin query, G plugin also has a command line tool to run it from the command line, right? So, whatever. So if we run this, right? Let's do capital V. So this because we're in the G plugin build directory, it has every plugin loaded into, well, all of the basic regular loadable plugins. There's a bunch of errors and stuff because these are used for unit tests and stuff, and that's oh, we also have that because apparently I have it installed somewhere. But anyways, right? So we've got so this file is gplugin or the ID is gplugin/vala unload failed. It doesn't have a name or anything set, but there's the file name for it, right? And it was loaded by what? That doesn't make sense. Oh, right, no, it's Vala, right? So Vala compiles to native code, right? So that it gets loaded by the native loader, right? Broken dependent, native plugin, native loader, blah, blah, blah. Basic Lua plugin, right? Here's the file name, G plugin, blah, 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 by the Lua loader, right? So we're native, Lua, Python 3. We only have Python 3 and Lua loaders right now. But anything that compiles native. We even have an example of a Rust plugin. Although I'm not going to do that on stream because then the Rust people show up and I don't want to deal with them. But anything that compiles native will work. As long as, you know, it's callable from C and you export things right, blah, 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 right? But so this one's Vala load exception plugin.so. So this is written Vala. There's also Genie plugins. So Genie is the Python-like syntax for Vala, right? So we can load Genie plugins, etc., etc., etc. So It all works fine. It's all based on geometric introspection. We write 0 language bindings because we don't have to anymore, which is amazing. So, yeah. All right. Let's finish this thing in the conversation manager. So we should have an active... Do we not have that in here? Oh, we do. Okay. Conversation displayed. All right. So just like before, we're going to add our signal. G signal new. My conversation change. Wait. Oh, yeah. No, that's fine. But yeah, so our plans for experimental 3 was to have the Bonjour protocol plugin working. Bonjour uses XMPP for direct messages. There's no chats that I'm aware of, but maybe there are. But like, just we've run into a bunch of stupid stuff with it. We started our own abstraction library for Bonjour/MDNS, and I'm really wondering if we should have now. But right now we just kind of sidelined it. We'll probably pick up just XMPP directly, but the idea of doing Bonjour first was to get through the basics of that, and then we can start worrying about like the infrastructure that XMPP has with like SASL authentication and stream features and all this other stuff, and just, yeah. So, but right now it's, you know, getting stuff working is cool. And, you know, we're going from there. Instance, conversation that was displayed. This means that your callback will be called for any conversation that manager knows about. Yep, that looks fine. All right, this should compile. Oh, we'll add the class handler here again. What the heck? Conflicting types from map callback. I must have deleted something on accident. Didn't it say 520? Pidgin conversation. Conversation map callback. My bad. I said GObject self. Yep, that's wrong. Okay, widget star self. Okay. I must have overlooked that before. What the hell? What's still wrong? Redefinition of map callback. What? I guess we didn't try to compile it? No. We already had the map signal in there. Emit the displayed signal. Whatever. Cool. That's even smaller now. Okay. So I've got a silly idea I want to try here, but we'll see what happens. So you'll see we've got a bunch of these. I'm wondering, we got to look at this real quick. So there's this thing called G-Signal Group. which Bassi from GTK, or Emmanuel Bassi from GTK, told me to look at a long time ago. And I finally did it one last night when we were fixing the account window. And I'm wondering if we can use it here too. So it's not clear on this. It has to be though. So when we call new, so ownership, responsible for it's just a G object, everything. Yeah. So when this gets unrefed, it should delete everything. So manage a collection of signals on object. It simplifies the process of connecting many signals to a G object as a group. As such, there's no API to disconnect a signal from the group. In particular, this allows you to change the target instance, which automatically causes disconnection of the signals from the old instance and connecting to the new instance. That alone is huge. Block and unblock signals of the group. That's also huge. Ensure that the block state transfers across target instances. I'm not sure what they mean by that, but cool. All right, so what I want to do for this is what happens is we have all this, and then in remove, we have to undo all of it. Right. So what I want to do, and I think we're okay with, is we're gonna have to play with this, and I'm not sure how we're gonna check the memory leaks, but we'll see. But I want to say G signal group, or signals equals null. So then we're gonna say signals equals G signal group new. All right, that's all you do. And then we're going to say G object set data full. G object conversation. And then we'll should probably make a constant for this, but let's say conf purple conversation manager conversation data. And then then the object, so then signals, and then G object unref. I think that's all we need. G object set data full. Okay, right? So, like G object set data, except it adds notification for when the association is destroyed, either by setting it to a different value or when the object is destroyed. Note that the destroy callback is not called if data is null. So if the conversation, if all references to the conversation go away, the destroy function will get called. And we can add a verify for this in a minute, but we'll see. So then this can become G signal group connect object, right? Signal group. Yep, it's all the same stuff. Just instead of conversation, then this becomes signals. When we first started doing this, we didn't realize there was a constant there. G signal group connect object. Morning, Tempores. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Signals. G connect default. I didn't mean to do that. Right. And then we're gonna say G signal group set target or source. I forget which one it is. Yep, a bit early and groggy. Yeah. Work wants you to start early. That sucks. Okay, so we call set target. We can probably do set at time too. But right, so we call it with conversation. We're done. Right. So we tell everyone about that. That's fine. But yeah, so now we have all the signals and everything. That's fine. And now what we can do is, or we gotta do this first. Define to purple conf conversation manager. Right. We just want a unique key that has a constant. That's all this is. All right. So then in remove, What's going to make this real easy now? Where is it? Oh. So instead of this, we're just going to null out our signals, signal group that we added for propagation. So now we can just say G object set data. We shouldn't have to do set data full, because the old one was set with full. So we should be able to say G object conversation, comma, bleh, comma, null. Right, so the other benefit here is if we added a signal above and forgot to disconnect it here, we're screwed, right? Now we don't have that problem, right? Because it's all managed off in the other object. So now we're just like, get rid of it, null it out. This will remove it from the conversation object, which will then call gObjectUnref, and then we're good. Just to verify this, what we're going to do is we're going to say, whatever, kill with fire, sure. Right, this is going to yell at me for a minute, but that's okay. So we're just going to say static void okay, that's not there. G object set data full. This should give me that. Yeah. Okay, G pointer data. Okay, all right. So static void destroy. Whatever. What did I say? Fire. Kill with fire. G pointer data. G warning. Killing with fire. Right, and then we're just going to G object unref data. This is just to show that this is going to happen, right? So we should see it when we close the program, once we fix this problems. What the hell? It's not G signal group new. G signal group. Oh, right. No, it needs a target type. Yep. Again, this is my second time using it. Purple type conversation. All right, then. Oh, yep, that's a problem too. Helps if I say signals here. Oh, right. So, and we're also giving this our reference. So we get a reference here, but this is going to clean it up, and then we just don't have to care about it. All right, what's the problem here? So I messed something up on 1263. What did I mess up? What? Value use of undefined struct G signal group. Oh, shit. Signals is a, it's a file global for the signals that this thing has. Oh, yep, 1260. We'll test that the present signal works. We have a way to do that with the demo protocol, so that's helpful. Mason Devon, Pidgin 3. So what we can do is from the demo, I just pissed a whole bunch of stuff up. Demo, we can do trigger contact adding you. That's going to add a notification, and then we can hit message, and it got selected automatically. So that did what it's supposed to do. Now when we leave this, yeah, cool, right? So there's our killing with fire message, right? Cool, cool, cool. And then we'll get a bunch of them here. Or we didn't because we just shut down too quick. Whatever, it's fine. But so we're gonna get rid of the kill with fire. We just wanted to make sure that worked, right? But as we close conversation, it got deleted. We're good to go. Okay, so Where did I put kill with fire? Right there. All right, so now we just have to propagate the other signal. We'll add a default handler for it temporarily, and then we're good to go. All right, so just like this, we're just gonna say G signal group connect object signal group displayed G callback purple conversation manager conversation displayed callback comma manager comma G connect defaults. Okay. Conversation G pointer data G signal emit data signals sig conversation display no detail and then the conversation. That's it. Right. But we want to add a default handler real quick. G callback display. Actually, yeah, no, we don't have to do this. This should work, right? Because we can just put it in the unit test. I don't know why I copied that. I'm going to need a whole bunch of this. Yeah. Why do we... Yeah, we really just need this. Oh, that, okay, wait, that's the conversation change callback. Oh, okay, sure. Oh, we already have Burb. Burb now has a thing. So G, Burb, assert type, manager, purple type, conversation manager. Burb, assert type. So the issue is these will return subclasses. They can't be subclasses because they're final types, but so the Burb one's a bit more, it has to be this exact type. So. Alright, that's cool. Yep. It's weird that we did this, but okay, whatever, it's fine. Signal test. Give me this guy. It's fine. Conversation displayed. Create an account. Create a manager. Oh, right. This doesn't have a backend, so that's cool. Okay. Then we're going to say conversation displayed. Counter callback with our counter. Then we create our conversation. We add the conversation. We make sure that our counter is at 0. We're going to display the conversation. Displayed. Make sure the counter is only at 1. It got called once. We're going to call remove, and then we're going to clean up. Okay. G assert not reached. Again, we always do this to make sure we make it to the end. Conversation manager. So we're purposely going to fail the test when we want to. Oh, look at that. See? We didn't actually get called. Oh, wait. God damn it. I did this problem again. So I overwrote that version of the signal with a different signal, which is why that one failed, is because it wasn't the right name anymore. And then it aired on another one. Okay, so good. So we got to the code should not be reached, right? So our unit test did our verification for us. We don't have to see it manually, right? The unit test did it. We see that. That's okay. That's cool. And then we can delete this. Passed. Run it under Valgrind. And we lost no memory. Oh, yeah. Oh. It feels so much like I can't even tell you how well, like having the unit test just makes such a difference, especially from before, right? So like, let's see. libpurple right now is only 43,000 lines of code. We moved all the protocols to another directory. And of those 43,000 lines of code, 13,000 of them are unit tests. So like, this is the ridiculous part too, is Pidgin 2 is like 500,000 lines of code. And sure, we've moved a lot of stuff to libraries and stuff, but look at this difference, right? Like, our code is just so much more leaner and not doing as much, or like, there's better ways to do things, and we're definitely capitalizing on that, right? With less code we have to worry about and maintain. Which actually, I haven't done this test in a while, or this check, and that's crazy. We are down to 30,000 lines in libpurple 3. There's definitely no more 10,000 line files, that's for sure. Because that was a problem previously. Yep. And so, you know, there's 143 test suites, which is good. I mean, this is across all the projects, but yeah. But, all right. So yeah, the hardest part of this is figuring out how to actually make the UI tell it to do it. That's pretty funny. And the signal group stuff, you can see just like we add a little bit more up front, but it's less error prone, which is great. Because now we just kill it and we're done. Yeah, that's such a better option. So, 200-ish lines changed. It's not bad. Add conversation. Conversation one displayed. This allows protocols to lazy load conversations and a whole bunch of other stuff I can't think of. Can't imagine. This also added purple.conversation manager manager conversation displayed to propagate the signal. I'll say was also added to propagate the signal. Sure. Damn, I started at 9:20. Thought it was closer to 9. All right, whatever. 4093. Testing done. Ran the conversation and conversation manager tests under Valgrind and called in the turtles. Also added a temporary default handler and we test switching conversations in Pidgin. Conversation manager. I'll just do one at a time. Cool. All right, there you go. Good speed. Well, I have to publish it yet, but there's your signal. Ask and you shall receive eventually. Yeah. So the idea here is like, and this will work for Discord as well. So like when you join, you get a list of all the conversations and stuff you're in. But like, if you're not going to open the conversation, there's no reason for the protocol to load any of it, right? So what'll happen is, you know, the protocol will say, oh, okay, I'm supposed to be in this channel, put it over here. But then you can connect to the displayed signal for it. And then you can be like, hey, did I initialize this yet? No. All right, we'll do it now because the user wants it. And then that way everybody wins, right? I mean, the user has to wait a tiny bit of time, but so the protocol doesn't have to push a bunch of data. They don't have to worry about necessarily dealing with rate limits and stuff like that because they're only requesting data the user immediately wants, which means that the service provider is much happier because we're not pulling in data the user doesn't care about yet. So yeah, it's a good fix. It's a good way to go. And like we were saying earlier, plugins can do other fun stuff with that too or something, right? You know, like maybe when it's displayed, they pop up an animation over something. Who knows, right? People get creative. And that's the thing is like, my job isn't to think of all these things. It's to think of the ways to make the chat work, but to also open doors so that people can do fun things. Like this, right? That's the idea. Damn, we got through that. Wait, oh no, that was a build from before. I was like, that was fast. What build failed? Oh, GIR went. Okay. Windows is broken for some reason. We'll look at that later. But yeah. So for it to get pulled, it needs to get reviewed and everything and then merged. But, you know. Again, so if you want to do reviews. Yeah. All right. Okay, so we need to go back to demo conversation. Protocol conversation. Send message async. Purple message set delivered. Message. Oh. You can mark a message as unsent. or undelivered. I'm not sure if that's a good reason for that or not, but you can. We're gonna start. I'm gonna take a quick break, grab water, go pee. I'll be right back. All right. Yeah. So there's nothing different here or anything. We don't have a check mark or anything. Do we want to add that now? I don't know that we want to add it now. Hmm. Yeah. We're just going to do this one for now. This is easy pull request. Easy review. It's fine. Um, The reason for that is I'm not sure. Like, it seems like purple message should have like a delivery state. Oh, well, we have the time. Okay, I suppose. Um, like I was thinking like an enum or something would make sense, but that's kind of not necessary. Huh. Um, I suppose we could have like a status icon for the message. And that could be an aggregate of if there's an error, we show an error, or we show an X. If it's delivered, we show one check mark. If it's been viewed, we show another check mark, and maybe it's one or the other, or maybe it's multi. Oh, Christ. Yeah, an aggregate would make sense because if it was. Like, it shouldn't happen, but you could, like, in practice it shouldn't happen, but you could create a message that's been seen but has an error. Right? um Maybe it's like it was federated out to multiple people and it only made it to half of them or something. Whatever, right? I don't know. Or like delivery failed through half of it or something, right? But somebody still got it's people on the local server got it. And that'd be weird. But yeah, actually, So, we only show the timestamp when the mouse is in there. Come on. I didn't get no. It's just taking forever. Right. So we only show the timestamp with that's in there. We could show the delivery state and stuff only when you hover. So like I have a pull request to turn the status icons off because the status icons is just too much here. It's too much at once for this. Like it doesn't do you much good. It might look different when the avatar's there, but right now it's too much. And like, are we gonna put the avatars there? I don't know. Right now, the message style will probably the message style will change in the future. Because we're looking at making them pluggable, not necessarily pluggable, but we're looking at making them given a few options. So like you could do like an IRC like one if you want. You could do a more modern one where it has an avatar, stuff like that, blah blah blah, right? All that stuff. And that's what we're trying to get to, that kind of stuff. But it's gonna take us time to get there. So, yeah. All right. But yeah, so let's just do this separately for now. That's fine. Issue branch demo messages delivered. Mark messages sent. The demo protocol has delivered. Whatever, that's fine. Do 4094. Right there. Send some messages with the demo protocol plugin, and didn't see any errors. Like there's not much else to do right now, so yep. But yeah, so we could have like I don't know, an icon or something. Maybe it's like a letter or something, to do delivery status or something like that. And then if it's seen, we can put a little eyeball or something. I don't know, whatever. I'm just spitballing here. I'm sure that somebody will come up with better ideas or something. But yeah. Oh, Review Board did release a new version today. or yesterday. So we should probably look at that. Well, maybe I'll do that tomorrow off stream. Like, the funny part too is like we have all these issues that we're expecting to put in this release, and it's just like, maybe. Damn it! Why can't I remember the name of this protocol? Goodspeed, you don't have voice and video at all, do you? In Satori? Nope. Okay. So we were trying to get a SIP protocol. Oh no, I forgot about that already. So we started a SIP protocol plugin with the idea of trying to finish fleshing out the ideas for the voice and video API. But SIP is a beast. Let's go with that. So that plan didn't work out well. But I forgot already. So I have this thing called an HD home run. It's basically a network attached TV tuner. Should be able to show this. This shouldn't be a big deal. Hold on, this just in case. Yeah, this should be fine. So, so it just has a web interface, right? I can go to the channel lineup, and we all know I'm in Milwaukee, so it's not a big deal. You can figure this out if you want to, right? But so you just get all your channels. You can do favorites, stuff like that, whatever. Blah 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 blah. You can see some of them are HD, some of them aren't. The fun part, and what the fuck is PBS? Well, what the shit? Hold on. Is anything recording? I don't think so, but let me double check. Nope, nothing's recording. Okay. We're missing some channels here, which is concerning. I was gonna grab PBS because I'm not likely to get a takedown notice for it, but maybe. Or maybe I can just pull up QVC. Yeah, fuck it. Let's just do QVC, right? So copy link. And then we can MPV. Just let me check again, make sure. Yeah, all right, whatever. We're just gonna hit this. Wait, what? Oh, the channel. Hold on. I guess you can't load this when you're doing channel detection. But anyways, the idea is these would all go in as contacts, and then anybody you favorite would get a person, so it would show up on your contact list. But we need to do the directory stuff. That's one of the reasons why I want to do the directory user stuff, is so I can search for these channels. Okay, so yeah, we still don't have channel 10. What the fuck? Huh. I'm gonna have to get this antenna in a better place. All right, so anyways, if we grab QVC2, copy link. No sound? Is that what it is? MPV, help. No audio, my bad. Right, so, yep, there's TV. Right. So, yep. So the idea is it'll just be, this will also let us test out. So one of the things we're also trying to do with Pidgin 3 is we're trying to make it so you're not necessarily forced to have chat. I know that's weird, but bear with me, right? When you start talking about stuff like Zoom and maybe even Mumble and stuff like that, right? It's more focused on the audio video portion than it is on the chat. So we want to be able to support that without actually like having a chat per se, without having to chat stuff exactly. I'm not sure how all that's going to work yet. We need to figure that stuff out, and that's why we need to get this stuff going. But using this, you know, this will be a building step that's pretty easy to do, right? So I can just flip on a channel and boom, it's in a conversation. We're good to go. And then like doing the Twitch protocol plugin, doing video for it will be essentially the same thing, right? But that'll have chat plus then the video. But yeah, so I started this, and then I ran into issues with like trying to get the users and all that, and I started adding everybody to the contact list with persons, and I was like, I don't want to do this way. So that's stuff we're getting to. Scheduling task we're almost done with. Make status icons optional. This has an open pull request. Right, this should. Right, I did open this one, I believe. SIP turns done. WebRTC. Yeah, I know. So we started a library called I almost said Talkatoo. Called Traversity, to handle all that stuff for us. Because we need it for not just SIP, right? And this is one of the other issues we run into with SIP. Is SIP libraries all have their own implementations of ton, stern, and whatever stuff. Turn, stun, ice, etc., right? And they all have their own implementations of it, but the problem is we have multiple protocols that need to do those, right? So like, great, SIP has their own implementation, but now we want to do an XMPP WebRTC call, which needs another implementation, right? We don't want to have multiple implementations running around because that's a nightmare, keeping settings right and configuring stuff and all that, right? So we're building a library to make it one thing and then go from there. So like the problem we run into with SIP is all the SIP libraries have all that stuff built in, and some of them have their own media libraries too. And like we're going to use GStreamer for everything because it's there, it's built on glib, it's built on GObject. It's there, it'll work, do all the things we need, right? But like some of them use FFmpeg, and like we don't want to have FFmpeg and GStreamer, right? So like what ends up happening with SIP, and we started a library for it. I don't know if we're going to continue with it or not, but what we really just need for SIP, because we have a library we're building for all the NAT traversal stuff, and we're going to use GStreamer for media. So what we really just need for SIP then is listening on port 5060 and parsing data into packets, right? That's all we need for SIP, because everything else should be handled by the other stuff. So like to pull in an existing SIP library, there's, yeah, it's there's a lot to consider there because we only need a little bit. So just like, yeah. But like I said, you know, we're going to need SIP and turn, or we're going to need turn and stun and all that stuff for other protocols as well. So it's just, it is what it is. But then like you've also got stuff like UPnP and NatPMP and UDP hole punching and all this other crap, and that's why we're building a library to do all that. Because like you can do ad hoc SIP, and if you have SIP or if you have turn or stun or NatPMP, whatever, you just open the port, talk to your person, go, right? And we can do that if we have the right way to do it and work that way. So. But these are like, it's like I said, the plan was to go to SIP right away because that would help us with the voice and video stuff. But we ran into problems because like libsophia doesn't necessarily build on Windows. It might build on Windows, but we can't find Windows binary, so we got to build our own. And I don't think it was in Minghui or anything, so we still would have to build our own. Then we asked the question of, are we going to do a Mason wrap file for this to make it integrate as part of our build, or are we going to build it earlier before our build and pull, right? It's just, the question is, where do we want the maintenance burden? And with our luck, when it comes to dependencies and hosts and stuff like that, I'd rather shoulder that burden because eventually those things tend to go away. And then we're left there stuck. And it's just like, oh. That said, I don't think libsophia is going anywhere or anything like that, but it's just, you know, there's other stuff that comes, parts of this and stuff like that. And depending on other third parties for stuff is not always ideal. It's never ideal, but, you know, we tend to have bad luck with it. So yeah. How does Purple implement conversation hierarchy? Like Discord servers channels? We do not have any idea for that right now. If you have any suggestions, I would love to know. So there is a thing called tags for conversations. Or there's a tags object in libpurple that you can just put arbitrary data on a lot of stuff using the tags object. Right now it only works with strings. I'm debating on adding helpers to do ints and booleans, but right now it's just strings. But otherwise, we don't really have anything for a hierarchy. There's maybe some stuff for it potentially, but we don't have it yet. So like the idea of this list here, the idea is that the user eventually, but we're not there yet, is that the user will be able to swap these out. Like conversations is a default conversation group. Potentially we could put different servers in different groups. But then we've got to worry about like letting them drag and drop, move stuff around, blah, blah, blah. And I don't really want to do that yet. But then the other idea is, you know, to have favorites. So you can have your favorite conversations at the top and stuff like that. Yeah, so there is a potential for the workspace too. We haven't really looked at it yet, but the idea is, so you've worked a little bit with this, so you see how the managers work, right? The idea would be to use multiple conversation managers potentially, although I don't know how that would work with the database now. But I'll come back to that in a minute. But then, you know, you would select, then you'd be able to select which workspace. So like a workspace would have a conversation manager and a contact manager. Although, to be clear, I'm not exactly sure how the workspaces work there, so maybe I'm guessing wrong. But anyways, the idea would be, you know, we could, the workspace would decide, or the get default for the conversation manager, contact manager and stuff, they would then defer to the workspace manager to get which one to return, right? So like the workspace manager would have workspaces, those workspaces would have a contact manager and a conversation manager. And then, you know, they can move stuff around and go that route. But then you would have to put the accounts in a, yeah, I don't know. If we just want to move conversations between a workspace, then, you know, we already have the conversation managers and we can do that. But right now we've purposely kept everything at a single window just to get stuff built so we don't get too crazy and too out of control as we're going. But yeah, I mean, for all intents and purposes, we could, the workspace could just be which conversation manager you're on. And that could be tied to a specific window or not, right? And then go from there. Right? There's options, there's ideas. But I don't really know the workflows for the workspaces that people use. Is there like a link that Jim talks about this at all or anything? Like, I know they're here, but I don't know what that entails, right? Games releases that, and its current implementation becomes a single window application. We've been used for over a decade to have separate windows for the contact list and for chats. User interface patterns common in early 2000 messages such as MSN and ICQ. Oh, sure, don't mention game or Pidgin, fine. In this upcoming release, we make a single window application, blah, blah, blah. Workspaces. But introduce new concept, workspaces. Previously, all tabs were considered equal as a flat list within a window. We understand the need to organize some activities into a specific context, but without multiple windows, we organize these activities by workspaces. Workspaces collection of group chats and private chats. Yeah, so this is just a conversation manager. So for all intents and purposes, we can just, you know, change that. We can just load multiple, right? Organized client side. For the moment, this is a non-standard Gym specific feature, but standardization efforts are explained in the areas for improvement section. Yeah, yeah, I don't think it would be that hard actually. Huh. Yeah, so if we just had like a workspace manager and you registered a conversation manager with it, cool. Right? Then we're done. So there's ideas. And then that way protocols could do it too. But yeah. see, but that still gets weird. So, not many people, but some people do have multiple Discord accounts. And you could be on the same server with those accounts. Like, I have a bot / testing account that's definitely in the Pidgin server and some other stuff. So, I missed her. Just sidebar on the left, the one which allows you to navigate workspaces and accounts. Clicking any workspace, the chat list will be displayed in the sidebar. This chat list to the right of the workspace list provides navigation for chats, both group chats. Currently focused workspace has a colored bar indicating its current contact. Oh, okay, that's what they mean. The one on the side. Below the workspace list, the sidebar, list your accounts. Clicking on the accounts. Yeah, so like for Gajim, this works to have your accounts there. For us, that doesn't. Because, you know, even in my demo here, I have 4 accounts. Or in my test dev stuff, I have 4 accounts. So yeah. Well, the workspace list, the sidebar list to your accounts, clicking account, display a page containing the contact list, your avatar, select your list of pending notification, contacts. Yeah, okay. Although that's said, having like, I don't know, whatever. There's ideas, right? Maybe some point, creating workspaces isn't necessarily a hard thing. The question really becomes though, what happens when we start doing multiple windows? Because our intent is to do multiple windows at some point. Because that's something people really, really want. I don't really care, but that is something people want, and I don't know, maybe I'll find it useful at some point. And actually, that's probably true, right? So like, there's this idea too that for a bridge protocol plugin, it's not really a protocol plugin itself, but the idea would be like it would take my YouTube chat plus my Twitch chat, and then maybe an IRC channel for people that just want to use IRC for talking to chat, XMPP, etc. Right? It'll put them all into one conversation for me. Like it's not actually bridging anything on the server or anything, but any messages I send would be sent out, forwarded out to those protocols, and likewise, you know, the messages would just come in and they'd be fine. And actually, we're at the point where we could actually probably start implementing that. The problem is adding conversations to it. But yeah, but it's got to be a protocol plugin because that's the only thing that can implement the conversation stuff. But that's not a big deal. But I think what we do is, did we add actions to conversations yet? I don't know that we did. I think we did, but we didn't actually like start doing anything with them yet. Account, alias, avatar. Oh, I think it's in protocol conversation. Oh, that's a bummer though. We need them on the actual protocol, or on the conversation itself. Yeah, so like the easy way here would be to add actions. But to add actions on any other chat. And then you could add or remove it that way. Huh. Alright, let's create an issue for workspaces. Workspaces? Many clients now are adding workspaces. My original thoughts for this was to maybe separate out a bunch of stuff, including contacts and accounts, but that's more profiles than workspaces. Than what other clients call workspaces. However, we already have just about everything we need for workspace, for what other chat clients call workspaces. in the conversation in purple.conversation manager. Basically, we would need a way to we would need a workspace object. Is workspace one word or two? I guess one. We need a purple workspace object to hold the name, icon, and conversation manager for the workspace. Is there any other features we'd need in the workspace? Then need a workspace manager. Need a purple dot workspace manager, which would keep track of them. Pidgin. It would, of course, implement gio.listModel, which would allow Pidgin to just display them as a list with a GTK.single selection, which would update the window to use the other workspace. So the other thing here that's crazy is since conversations are ref counted and everything now, and they'd still be in the same conversation manager, there's nothing stopping us from displaying them multiple times. Oh, except for memory, right? So if you're in a super fast Discord chat or something, or Twitch chat, it maxes out around like 200 items. It's when it starts recycling widgets, but like that message count is going to keep going up, stuff like that. We have to finish working through the history API and stuff, but yeah, that should work from there. The only problem is only problem with this right now is that oh no, maybe not, is that the UI might be a bit weird as the list view no, I think this is fine actually. It's a bit weird as a list view is a mix of conversations and settings, or has a mix of actions, and switching the workspace would only change some of them. But yeah, this seems fine. Whatever. No, this is probably epic. Dino chat workspaces. Dino has workspaces too, doesn't it? I'm not following them? I don't know that I'm following them. When is this from? April. Okay. Oh yeah, I have Pidgin following them. What about? I'm probably following them if I already have Pidgin. Okay. Reword dialogues. Yeah. So yeah, workspaces could be an option. Um, and then that just fixes your problem, right? At least I think it does. We can let people move stuff to workspaces too. Mm. Might want a removable property too, so protocols like Discord um, could um, stop the user from removing them. That said, adding a G menu and G action group could allow users to leave Discord servers. There's two. Okay. We're gonna leave this as unscheduled for now, but yeah, this is some good brainstorming here. I know you're looking at this sooner rather than later, but I don't know that I want to dig into this yet. Although, we could create a default. I was debating on a default workspace being visible or not. But if we do make one, we could use the Pidgin icon as the icon for it, and make it non-removable. Also, actually, wait, hold on. Speaking of non-removable, it might make more sense to story some adoption for other chat protocols like Discord. Just want to try it. We have a story. Gotcha. Yeah. No, I mean, this is something people are going to want to, but hold on. So, speaking of non-removal, it might make sense to, I was going to say read-only or something, but that doesn't make sense. But maybe. To name that property, read-only. This would, one of the features of workspaces is that you can control which conversations are in which workspace. So, oh, that's gonna be a pain, but that's okay. So, we probably wouldn't want to allow people to move random conversations into a Discord server's workspace, for example. But that wouldn't necessarily matter, as the workspace isn't Discord specific. Yeah, I don't know. You get into all sorts of weird management shit here, right? Like, the user's gonna lose their conversations. So, like... Workspace manager would also need something like find conversation. That would search all workspaces for the conversation. But we would also have to decide if a conversation can be in more than one workspace. I think allowing conversations in multiple workspaces is fine, especially if we have workspaces that can't be modified. That means that we'd need to be able to return, able to find the workspaces from that a conversation is in as well. I don't think any of this is a problem. This is, you know, this is just the things we're gonna have to deal with and look at. And yeah, I'm just kind of having a one-sided conversation here with myself, but that's fine. Oh, 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 oh. Purple.workspace should also implement... Oh, no, we don't have that here. That's fine. That's a Pidgin thing, not a purple thing. Right? Yeah. Yeah. What we're talking about, whatever it is, sounds good to you. Yeah, so we spend all our time here working on Pidgin Instant Messenger. And we are currently kind of brainstorming on ideas on how to create workspaces in the client. The purple.workspace should also have properties for needs attention and notification count as well. Used Pidgin back a long time ago? Yep. Feels like 20 years ago? Yep, could be. So Pidgin started its life as game in 1998. In 2006, 2007, I don't remember exactly, is when we renamed it to Pidgin. So I'm not the original developer. The original developer long since retired. He was done in like 98, 99, I don't even remember. But I got involved in the project in 2003, which was 22 years ago. So yeah, but I took it over in 2016, which was 9 years ago. So I am definitely old. Then being what, the 90s? Yeah, I graduated in 2000, so same-ish age. No, 3. Yeah, so I'm only a little bit older than you, which is funny because I used to go by the handle Lithium way back when in the 90s. Yes, I used to on AOL. And then I found out how many freaking lithiums there were, and that's why I started going with Grim, because there weren't a lot of Grims back then, but there are a shit ton of Grims now. Yeah, mine started mostly from the Nirvana song, and then maybe a little bit of the drug. Um, so I wasn't on the drug. I wasn't prescribed the drug. That's what I'm trying to say. Um. Yeah, I kind of want to implement this now. Son of a bitch. Said that joke well? Okay. Hmm. Goodspeed, you are really good at nerd sniping me. You got me last night. You already got me today, and now I think you got me tomorrow. And it's not even tomorrow yet. Goodspeed was talking earlier, and he's the one that started mentioning workspaces. Time in New Zealand, 6:13 p.m. Ian is hopefully awake. It's 2:13 p.m. here. We have different time zones. Yeah, yeah. Pidgin's written in C. So the thing is, like with all these is G objects. So much of it is just like boilerplate and just kind of hammering out a lot of code quick. But like, I'm not gonna lie, I really like the idea, as stupid as it is. So like, one of the things GTK has done with so much of their user interface and stuff, for better or worse, right? I'm not trying to complain. It's just the thing is, like, you look at Pidgin 2 and there's just icons everywhere. And in Pidgin 3, there's like none. Because that's the way they want you to use it, right? I'm like, okay, sure. But like, being able to have the Pidgin on the screen the whole time is very I can't think of the right word, but I think it's going to bring something more to the client, right? The other thing is we should probably allow people to customize the icons too. For people to be able to customize the workspace icons as well. But yeah, so again, too, like there's nothing stopping us from having multiple windows with multiple workspaces except memory. But the memory we have to worry about is just the amount of GTK widgets. Nothing will be duplicated except the GTK widgets. Is what I'm trying to say. So going to multiple windows is not a big deal here. Not unless you're in like ridiculous chats, but a ridiculous amount of them. But yeah. what does this do? Oh, it's okay. That takes you direct messages. Okay, yeah, that's just weird Discord stuff. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, I mean, this makes sense. It seems like a quick, easy win, and the sooner we get it in, the better. Right? Like, even for me, right? As I'm streaming, like, I could have a workspace that's like the stream safe one, right? So like the status conversations from IRC that leak my IP address and shit, those can go and live on another workspace. That's a non-stream safe one, right? And then, yeah. Oh shit, that's another idea. Could mark workspaces as sensitive content and require a popover dismissal before showing the contents. This would be useful for streamers and adult content. Or what's the streamers and keeping your personal stuff personal when at work or a cafe or something. Right, so the idea is like over here I'd have, you know, just normal whatever one, and then I'd have personal whatever, right? And on this specific Pidgin instance, I would mark it as sensitive. So anytime I would click on that workspace, it would be like, hey, this is a sensitive workspace. Hit OK to continue, right? And then that way it's just not shown immediately. Because like if you're flipping through or you accidentally click, whatever, right, it gives you that extra thing. And we can add a preference to turn that off. But like obviously here, I would want that. Because like, so this doesn't matter because this is on my Ergo test server, right? So it's just like, oh, hey, well, maybe this one doesn't tell me. No, it doesn't. But like, Libera definitely tells you, at least Sasselserve does. It's like, you're last connected from this IP address. And it's like, do not share that on stream, please. Right? And this is all on my homeland, so it doesn't matter. Like, oh no, you found out that my machine is 192.168.1.51. Oh, you're in a Haxor's maze, right? Oh no. But yeah, having that option would make that a little bit easier and nicer too. Yeah. Your third digit now? Isn't that the subgroup? Huh? Oh, of my LAN? Yeah, no, these are RFC private addresses. What is it? RFC 1819 or something? RFC private IP ranges. 1918. Is that what I said? I think it's at 1819, right? Oh no, you know that I'm using part of the /16. Like, you still can't route it. It's not routable. Nobody's going to route that for you. At least not on the public internet. So, whatever. And even have don't worry. That's okay, right? And I'm saying that because don't be like me. Oh, okay, fine. Open a new tab. Don't be like me. That's my home network right now, and yeah, it's intentional that you can't read anything, but that gives you a rough idea of how many machines and stuff are connected here at my house. And the answer is too many. This isn't even everything. This is just what's always online. So, Yeah. It's a lot. Here, like, here, check this out. Here's my local Kubernetes cluster that's in that graph of 5 nodes. And I just updated everything today. It's just like, yeah, too much. So the IRC server I'm connected to is running on that Kubernetes cluster. And I need to get volume stuff figured out. I really don't want to write anything, but we started writing something. I don't want to finish it because I got a billion things I need to get done before that. But yeah, been learning case at work before this place. I was big in tech. I was in a big tech that had its own custom stuff. Yeah, yeah. I know Kate's is nice. Before I learned Kate's, we were running Docker on Mesos with Marathon, and that was okay. But Kubernetes is just so much nicer. What? It's wild all the crap I have? Yeah, well, here, check this out, too. Well, that's not what I meant to do. Connect to the VM host in my basement. Oh, I have a FreeSwitch instance running there, a Haiku instance running there. This is going to become a build agent at some point. There's my Home Assistant running. I have an OpenBSD VM for developing. I have React OS running. If you've noticed here... Oh, it got disconnected. Oh, okay, yeah, it didn't reconnect. Okay, hold on, let's go fix that. So React OS, if you don't know, is it's supposed to be open source Windows. Somebody recreated it completely. I guess Pidgin crashed. What the hell is going on? Nothing is redrawing right. Yeah, it doesn't look like you're running. We might just reboot. Confirm. Okay, let's just reboot. Oh, what did I pick for a password? I hope it's ABC123 because I don't remember. You're in Temple. I run everything, except I don't run Temple. Maybe I should run Temple at some point. All right. So now we're back in. Okay, cool. Now we can close this. Oh, actually, I was gonna leave that open here. Okay, so, come on. There's React OS talking. Whoa, React! Where you been? Yep. All right, sounds good, Lithium. But yeah, then these are build agents. This is FreeBSD. This is OpenBSD. This is just a Debian GNOME install for me to do screenshots of Pidgin with. You went to Unity because we have some Unity specific stuff. And then I think I had Mate because I was doing bug testing for something. So yeah, like too much. Too much. Ugh. All right, what time is it? 1:26. Oh, that'd be. Oh, I'm trying to figure out how we would do like an add workspace button, but we'll see. Um, we Okay, so we do have that. So right, so we have leave. We could have move to workspace and then list the workspaces. Um, yeah, I think that's probably how we're gonna go. Yeah, all right, that's it. I think we're gonna get out of here because it is 1:30 in the morning for me, and I'm not gonna start writing any other code right now. I think we're gonna go raid at Nutterfi. I think it's been a long time since we've raided him. He's working on iOS stuff, so a little different, but it's okay. In the meantime, I don't know if he has a YouTube. I don't see a link. So YouTube. Oh, he just does VODs on YouTube. Okay. So YouTube, we are going over here. Oh, whatever. I'll just give you the link. You can decide what you want to do. But in the meantime, be sure to follow on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube and hit the notification bell for your desired level of notificationery. Also, be sure to follow me on social media. You can find links to all of that right over here. I do post on my Mastodon when I'm going to go live, so if you are on Mastodon, that is one way to follow. Otherwise, you can join us on the officially unofficial Pidgin Discord, which you can find right over here as well. So, thank you everybody for coming by tonight, and until next time, adios.